States, for that matter, wants to see an escalation of this conflict. The only one who wants to see this conflict expand in scope and extent is Netanyahu.
Shalom. Shalom Mashpaka. Well, we began the day with the news that the U.S. has struck 3 Iranian nuclear facility targets. We'll get into that, I guess, in a bit. I think it represents a perfect example of not really knowing exactly how the enemy is going to escalate everything in the last days, but knowing that they're going to escalate. That's the right. Like Trump said 2 weeks, and I said, I think there'll be a fried fish event that happens on U.S. soil, which I still think there will be, but that would be the excuse that he would use to go strong arm. But he didn't even do that. It was more like a bluff, like a planned strike that he used the 2 weeks thing just to throw the timeline off. And I definitely didn't see that coming, you know. But I could see that escalation was coming for sure, and it going to continue to ramp up. And even now, I think Israel's going to use the distraction of Iran and the U.S. to escalate its continued attacks in Gaza and West Bank. It's just, you know, the synagogue of Hashatan doing their worst. And yeah, I think I saw a video where and I think this person is a plant. I think that they're actually those who say that they're Yashar'Al and do lie. Taking historical events, tying them to scripture, the red heifer, King Cyrus, different things like this, making it sound like, oh, these actors in power are just narcissists and they just want to be in the spotlight and they're just trying to play out some biblical drama, and I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all. I believe that they get their marching orders from the kingdom of darkness, and that there's a very intelligent evil that's at work, that's pulling the strings in these events, and that the escalation will continue and the fulfillment of biblical prophecy will continue, and that all they want to do when it comes to Yahuwah in the scriptures is try to make a mockery and cause distraction, cause confusion, and steer you away from the truth. Steer you away from guarding his commandments. Anyway, it is the pagan day, June 22nd, I believe. Yep. So we're just coming off of their sun worshipping solstice time frame. I spent the night at the rest area, and it was actually a Baruk. It was pretty great. I had this whole kind of like picnic table area to myself, sheltered enough from the wind that I was able to cook up the chicken in some oil, and got it cooked all the way through this time. Seasoned it, spicy. Had it with some of the cool chicken salad that my Yapa made for me, and she had put some mustard flavor in there with the homemade mayo, and that's the bomb. Just really great. Slept fairly well, though it was pretty hot. But I ended up not running the truck, not turning the air on, just used the little fan mister thing, and that was enough, to get me through. I'm what would you say, fresh as a daisy right now, but that's okay. I kind of figured that was going to be the case. I'm trying to push the miles, and I did go by that pilot and looked to reserve a shower there, and there were 18 ahead of me, and I was like, nope. What I'm wanting to try to do now, since I have about 4.5 hours, I'll be at the yard, and it's Sunday, so I'm thinking it's very possible to try to make a delivery on Monday. I'm not tying myself to that, but I'm looking at it, pursuing it. If I go 5 hours, hitch up, go 5 or 6 more hours, I could be most of the way to my destination, which is I think like 7.5 hours from the yard. So yeah, getting 5 or 6 hours today would mean an early drop tomorrow, possibly even before noon. And if that's the case, it would make me wonder if I could hitch up my next load in Goshen on Tuesday and go loaded to the hotel for Shabbat. Seems like a pretty great plan if Abba directs all the steps and gives me his Baruk. That could be very well. I introduced some fuel from the auxiliary tank last night, which was completely pegged at filled, but I only brought in 1/4 of a tank, and when I checked the gauge this dawning, it was saying half. That doesn't make any sense to me. I can't figure this tank thing out. I don't know if there's a leak. It just seems really odd that 95 gallons taken down to half would be like 42 gallons. Well, that wouldn't be 1/4 of a tank. That would be like a complete tank and then some in this truck. So I don't know if that's accurate. I don't know what's going on with that gauge. It's crazy is what it is. But there's a lot of crazy going on right now. So maybe it's just par for the course of the age that we're in. We should expect that there be craziness. We're eastbound on I-80. It's 8:30 Sunday local time. The temperature, I'm not sure. Sorry, it's still early. If I didn't already say 80, it should ramp up to like 94. They're giving heat wave advisory notices. Once again, no clouds at all. No clouds and no chemtrails in sight either. So I'm taking this 280 right here. It seems like it's a loop around Davenport. It's telling me that I have 172 miles until I'll rejoin 80. It kind of looks like it was 6 of one, half a dozen the other, like it was going to end up being about the same. I don't know. But the navigator was recommending it, and I was like kind of trying to discern. and it seemed like it wasn't going to be a loss in any way, so I figured might as well go for it. I don't know if this is the same fly from yesterday or a new fly. Shoo fly, you bother me. Anyway, I am going to be playing some of the news reports and talking about it. You know, this isn't a video or a channel that's on, like, you know, breaking news, biblical prophecy, blah, blah, blah. Again, I want to emphasize that the enemy is going to orchestrate escalation. And it's going to be, you know, escalation of all the phases that we have been warned about in Scripture. And they're not new. The crescendo, if that's a clean word, is new. But we've seen war, famine, pestilence, you know, the fiery mountains, the whirlwinds, flooding, droughts, all of it. Displaced peoples, invading armies. So it's not a new playbook. And, you know, the end game and all is revealed. So I would just try to encourage you guys to not get wrapped up in the details. I say that the enemy wants you to stare at the trees, not realizing the density of the forest, and like look at the bark on the tree and the little bug that's on there, and like just get enamored in that. You know, I didn't need to know that Trump was going to pull the trigger on 3 Iranian targets overnight, while saying that he's going to spend a few weeks to decide, and he's going to meet with his advisors and get, you know, I don't know that we were necessarily buying that. It's also not believable to be like, oh, he was indecisive, he didn't really know what to do, blah, blah, blah. They were trying to paint him as this Hamlet character or something. Not buying any of that either. They know exactly what they're doing. It's orchestrated, it's planned, it's scripted. They want to paint the Iranian regime a certain way as well, just so that you will love to hate them and be willing to send your son off to fight and die, or, you know, that you'll completely believe when there's an attack on U.S. soil that it had to have been them. Hot mess. Hot garbage. That's what it is. It's hot garbage. Yeah, the sky's got this strange gray haze on to it over here. The sun is mega bright, like it's white, hot, bright. Video from yesterday ended up being like 7 hours long or something huge. Tried again to upload the first one. No, it's not happening. I don't think it's gonna happen for quite some time anyway. So let's go ahead and give a listen here and there to what these talking heads trained actors are feeding the masses, the mass media. I think it's important for us to be aware of that, because a lot of the NPCs that you see running around here, they're altered and hypnotized are going to be triggered by that and what they hear and what is said, and it's going to affect how they behave. And being aware of that might help you, us, to be, I guess, extra wise about how we deal with them too. That you don't accidentally step into a hot mess because you don't really understand maybe like where their head is at. You know it's off, you know it's not in reality, but I kind of feel like the enemy is going to want to group the Nazarene in with the terrorists. And this idea of you say anything about God, that's not the creator, that's not his name, that's, all that. Well, you must be one of those. Insert some name that sparks a fire, whatever. Put you in a box. Make you an enemy. All the rest. Hey, there's a river coming up here. We're going over a bridge. I don't know what river it is. It looks kind of cool. Might get a great view, especially down your side with the sun. Oh, Mississippi River. Took a little bacon and took a can of beans and followed Colonel Jackson to the town of New Orleans. We fired our gun, but the bridge kept coming. God, man, it's worth walking. Poor man, down Mississippi to the Mexico. See, nothing new under the sun, man. They got this land divided, fighting against itself before the enemy was able to get Yashar'Al to fight against itself. And they've been stoking some serious flames on some racial tension, east versus west, right? The communists going to play now. The United States is like, oh yeah, we're just going to go in there and blast that one, blast that one, blast that one. Well, I thought that was going to happen after a U.S. target was attacked, but no, you went ahead and did it right out. So what are we going to say that the other kings now have to say about that? Like, I don't know, Putin, Xi Jinping, whatever. Even the Saudis and lots of different things, right? Because ultimately, I guess, for the sake of the calm to the world and whatever, you would expect Trump to have to defend a position that there was an imminent threat to the United States. Because we don't have a congressional approved declaration of war against Iran. So his war powers would face a type of international scrutiny. And at this point, the U.S. has aligned themselves with the acts, war crimes of a character who has a name like a prophet, and he ain't Qadash. That's for dang sure. But it's not really like defendable at this point. You've just gone ahead and said you're willing to err on the side of basically Israel no matter what. So we'll see you can clearly see how the enemy would use that move to justify bringing in another major player, and everybody wants to come to the war party. So there you go. Like, I'm driving down the road this dawning, going through this construction zone, and there's this mangled car and this tipped over semi just pushed off to the side of the road, and it's just bizarre, like it's a scene from some stupid Netflix show, Leave the World Behind or whatever, you know? I just feel like Abba keeps on giving me signs along the roadway of life, indicating, you know, what's coming right on the road, right in front. Like I told Baruk Atah Yahuah, I said it's like the enemy's at the door knocking, but they're banging to come in. I haven't had any dreams, vivid type dreams, in a while, but I'm expecting that they will be some more soon. Whatever Abba's will is, you know, that's what I want to do. I don't want to get myself in a position where I end up being trapped. It troubles me in my Ruach to have to go so far away from my house. I have deep-seated hatred for these giants. I would want to encourage everyone to fast from something that you think has a type of power over you. Facebook, TikTok, I don't know what. Different for everybody. But draw near to Abba. Try to get some alone time with him. You gotta try to not let the noise of the world distract us and disconnect us from his Ruach. Be clean. You know, cleanse your camp. Get rid of the accursed thing. All together. Praise Yah. Living along Rock River. Yeah, the sun is very hot today here. 155 miles, okay. So I'm going to let this play some. We talk about it. Analyze the lies. it's kind of funny because there was this little interview that Trump was doing, and it's a couple of the things that he was saying that just kind of like make me pause and take a step back. Like, what the heck is he saying? And he was just going on about how he should be, if the Nobel Prize wasn't only for liberals, he'd have it for this and this and this. And it's like, okay, well, we know that prize is something that they use to elevate and esteem their own, of which he is one, but he tries to make himself separate. He's placed apart. Ends up putting himself at odds with people in his own cabinet, who are not Qadash people either. It's like this house divided thing. But while he's over here saying all these things about peace, 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 when there is no peace, because he's already knows that he's using misdirection and whatever else, right? And he's going to go ahead and strike. And in order to kind of fulfill or complete this designation that Israel's crowned him as a Messiah, that he's going to come in and deal with this Iranian nuclear problem once and for all, that Netanyahu's been sounding the alarm on for 33 years. He's saying peace, peace, peace when there is no peace. And he has every intention of escalating the entire situation, and it is not over by any stretch of the imagination. Maybe now retaliatory strike that results in U.S. casualties will be the justification that the Congress needs to declare war, and a declaration of war will be an open gate invitation for other actors, kings to come in. So they can have this massive ritual sacrifice and have the people supporting their leader in it, swaying to the symphony of destruction. Me'abinu Av Chasad. Cover and call all of Yashar'Al. All this stuff will be eliminated, removed, purged, cleansed from the new earth once and for all. When the 144,000 kings and priests forever after the order of Malak Sadak have their reign upon Ha'arat and all these wicked kings and wicked Ruach, the trespassing, the fall, and their fathers are removed. And all of creation sings Halal, Yahuah, worthy is the King. To receive all esteem and praise. And removing Hatah, death, and that old serpent to the lake of fire forever. Aman
attacking 3 of its nuclear sites.
We were in the middle of talks and negotiation with Europeans. Happened only 2 days ago in Geneva, when this time Americans decided to blow it up.
Under President Trump's orders, the U.S. uses stealth bombers to hit the heart of Iran's nuclear program.
Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace.
I was just saying who the real bully was yesterday. I've been saying it, but more projection now coming from it was obliterated. The most obliterated obliviation of all obliviations. Completely annihilated. He's their golden dawn.
Hours after the strikes, Iran fires a barrage of missiles into Israel, injuring dozens of people. And also on the program, an internet blackout in Gaza as the death toll keeps rising from Israel's assault.
Internet blackouts. More to come.
Iran's foreign minister is accusing the U.S. of betraying diplomacy. Abbas Araghchi made the comments after the U.S. military's attack on Iran's 3 big nuclear sites. President Donald Trump ordered the strikes on the Fordow, Natanz and Isfahan plants, saying it was to prevent.
Now, 1 second. I'm a little bit confused about what I'm supposed to be doing. It's telling me 146 miles to 80 east, but up here it's like making it look like I gotta make a decision. Main thing I'm gonna want to do is stay my butt away from Chicago. I don't understand. Okay, 74. Definitely don't think we're doing that. Looks like I'm basically gonna keep straight, but I gotta watch close because they could cause confusion with their signs. 80 west, next right. Nope. Peoria, Illinois goes that way. I-88. Of course it is. Yo, watch out, bro. Pay attention to what you're doing. Alright. It looks like we're okay. It also looks like we're going to be going the same direction for a while. We are going east, indeed east. Straight due east. Okay. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure that I was focused on that. Go back to see what these guys are saying.
Any nuclear threat from Tehran. Now, these are some of the images in the aftermath of the Fordow attack. The uranium enrichment facility is estimated to be 80 meters underground. The head of the International Atomic Energy Agency has called for an emergency board meeting.
We were in the middle of talks with the United States when Israelis blew it up. And again, we were in the middle of talks and negotiation with Europeans. Happened only 2 days ago in Geneva, when this time Americans decided to blow it up. So we were in diplomacy, but we were attacked militarily. So it was not Iran, but the US who betrayed diplomacy. They betrayed negotiations. When at the middle of negotiations with us, they gave green light to Israelis.
We're going to be unpacking developments shortly with our correspondents in Moscow, Amman, Washington, D.C. and Tehran. First, White House correspondent Kimberly Halker with how the attacks unfolded.
Just days after President Donald Trump said he would decide within 2 weeks whether to strike Iran, the U.S. Commander-in-Chief gave the order to attack.
Thank you very much.
Making the announcement Saturday night from the White House.
Tonight I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success.
Spectacular.
Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated.
The White House releasing these photos of Trump, his vice president, and top advisors watching the strikes unfold from the Situation Room. Using B-2 bombers, Trump says...
Are you watching Al Jazeera? This is press conference being given by U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. Speaking at the Pentagon is alongside the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan King. Let's listen in.
Nuclear facilities in Iran, Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan, in order to destroy or severely degrade Iran's nuclear program. And as the chairman of the Joint Chiefs will demonstrate, it was an incredible and overwhelming success. The order we received from our commander-in-chief was focused, it was powerful, and it was clear. We devastated the Iranian nuclear program. But it's worth noting the operation did not target Iranian troops or the Iranian people. For the entirety of his time in office, President Trump has consistently stated for over 10 years that Iran must not get a nuclear weapon. Full stop. Thanks to President Trump's bold...
Just a thought, just a question. I don't know. These B-2 stealth bombers are the only aircraft capable of carrying these MOP bombs. They penetrate through I don't even know how much concrete and then explode, and they, they'll say how, it's a sophisticated weapon, we're the only ones who have it, They fly in undetected, do all this. But he said that it did not strike any, what did he say? Any military personnel? So how do they have these deep underground nuclear facilities that are such a threat to us all? But there's nobody's there, no personnel working. I don't understand that. Maybe I missed something right there. Weird.
bold and visionary leadership and his commitment to peace through strength.
Commercial. Propping up the Golden Dawn, giving them all the praises, using all the magnificent, superior, power-filled language, decisive, bold leadership, all of that. Clear, focused.
Should listen. And the U.S. military, we can back it up. The most powerful military the world has ever known. No other country on planet Earth could have conducted the operation that the chairman is going to outline this morning. Not even close.
See?
Just like Soleimani found out in the first term, Iran found out when POTUS says 60 days that he seeks peace and negotiation, he means 60 days of peace and negotiation. Otherwise, that nuclear program, that nuclear capability will not exist. He meant it. This is not the previous administration. The President Trump said no nukes. He seeks peace, and Iran should take that path. He sent out a truth last night saying this: any retaliation by Iran against the United States of America will be met with force far greater than what was witnessed tonight.
things. Again with that predictive programming, like that continues to be pushed out there. Of course that's going to happen. This is why I keep encouraging everybody to be in Palau, fasting, cleanser camps, do all the things that you need to do. Get right up underneath Abinu's wing, because he is our only refuge. They're coming out to devour in mass. I don't want to be near any of these cities at all. Orchestrated chaos.
Signed the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Iran would be smart to heed those words. He said it before, and he means it. I want to give recognition to the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the Joint Staff, General Eric Kurilla at CENTCOM, who did a phenomenal job, he and his staff, all of CENTCOM. Policy, across the board, this was a joint effort, and across the Pentagon, effort. I want to recognize the pilots who flew those bombers, who flew those fighters, who flew those refuelers, warriors. I want to recognize the sailors on those destroyers, in those subs, on those carriers, warriors, all of them. I want to recognize our soldiers doing air defense, base defense, QRF, warriors, all of them. Every American involved in this operation performed flawlessly. And I want to give recognition to our allies in Israel as well. This is a plan that took months and weeks of positioning and preparation so that we could be ready
Sure is pretty out there. We had a lot of wind yesterday. Oh, that cropland out there.
when the President of the United States called. It took a great deal of precision, it involved misdirection, and the highest of operational security. Our B-2s went in and out of downtown Tehran, of these nuclear sites, in and out and back without the world knowing at all. In that way, it was historic. A strike that included the longest B-2 Spirit bomber mission since 2001 and the first operational employment of the MOP, a massive ordnance penetrator. The mission demonstrated to the world the level of joint and allied integration that speak to the strength of our alliance and our joint forces. As President Trump has stated, the United States does not war, but let me be clear. We will act swiftly and decisively when our people, our partners, or our interests are threatened. Iran should listen to the President of the United States and know that he means it, every word. I want to give congratulations to our Commander-in-Chief. It was an honor to watch him lead last night and throughout, and to our great American warriors on this successful operation. God bless our troops. God bless America. And we give glory to God for his providence and continue to ask for his protection. I turn it over now to the chairman for specific.
For any who do not know, that is not a title, it is the name of the foreign mighty one. When they come out and say that, they're not talking about the Most High, Yah. They're not not talking about the Creator, Yahuwah. They're not talking about our deliverer, Yahusha. They're talking about their the one that they serve, the Prince of the Power of the Air. In the book of Chanuk, it might say God Re'al, right? Babylonian deity of fortune. Inserted, put in place of. Take out the name Yahuwah, draw a line right through that, take that out, and insert therefore mighty one in his place, which is taking his name, the name Yahuwah, in vain, making it of no effect, stealing any praise, esteem, credit. A lot of people out here totally deceived, being like, see, he's a Christian, he's a Christian. You see? Listen to him saying Glory, which is another name of a foreign mighty one, to God. That's how deep the deception is. It's so vast. But the enemy will answer for all of it. And he knows it. And it's why he's furious, right?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thanks for recognizing all of our folks out there doing our nation's work, and nice to see everybody on this early Sunday morning. Last night, on the President's orders, U.S. Central Command, under the command of General Eric Kurilla, executed Operation Midnight Hammer, a deliberate and precise strike against 3 Iranian nuclear facilities. This was a complex and high-risk mission carried out with exceptional skill and discipline by our joint force. I want to thank every service member, planner, operator that made this mission possible. Their actions reflect the highest standards of the United States Armed Forces. This operation was designed to severely degrade Iran's nuclear weapons infrastructure. It was planned and executed across multiple domains and theaters with coordination that reflects our ability to project power globally with speed and precision at the time and place of our nation's choosing. This was a highly classified mission with very few people in Washington knowing the timing or nature of this plan. I'll refer you to the graphic on the side as I walk you through some of the operational details. At midnight Friday into Saturday morning, a large B-2 strike package comprised of bombers launched from the continental United States. As part of the plan to maintain tactical surprise, part of the package proceeded to the west and into the Pacific as a decoy, a deception effort known only to an extremely small number of planners and key leaders here in Washington and in Tampa. The main strike package, comprised of 7 B-2 Spirit bombers, each with 2 crew members, proceeded quietly to the east with minimal communications. Throughout the 18-hour flight into the target area, the aircraft completed multiple in-flight refuelings. Once over land, the B-2s linked up with escort and support aircraft in a complex, tightly timed maneuver requiring exact synchronization across multiple platforms in a narrow piece of airspace, all done with minimal communications. This type of integration is exactly what our joint force does better than anyone else in the world. At approximately 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time last night, and just prior to the strike package entering Iran, a U.S. submarine in the Central Command Area of Responsibility launched more than 24 Tomahawk land attack cruise missiles against key surface infrastructure targets at Isfahan. As the Operation Midnight Hammer strike package entered Iranian airspace, the U.S. employed several deception tactics, including decoys, as the 4th and 5th generation aircraft pushed out in front of the strike package at high altitude and high speed, sweeping in front of the package for enemy fighters and surface-to-air missile threats. The strike package was supported by U.S. Strategic Command, U.S. Transportation Command, U.S. Cyber Command, U.S. Space Command, U.S. Space Force, and U.S. European Command.
I'm sorry.
As the strike package approached Fordo and Natanz, the U.S. protection package employed high-speed suppression weapons to ensure safe passage of the strike package, with fighter assets employing preemptive suppressing fires against any potential Iranian surface-to-air threats. We are currently unaware of any shots fired at the U.S. strike package on the way in. At approximately 6:40 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 2:10 a.m. Iran time, the lead B-2 dropped 2 GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrator weapons on the first of several aim points at Fordo. As the president stated last night, the remaining bombers then hit their targets as well, with a total of 14 MOPs dropped against 2 nuclear target areas. All 3 Iranian nuclear infrastructure targets were struck between 6:40 p.m. and 7:05 p.m. Eastern Time. Again, that's about 2:10 in the morning local time in Iran, with the Tomahawk missiles being the last to strike at Esfahan to ensure we retain the element of surprise throughout the operation. Following weapons release, the Midnight Hammer strike package exited Iranian airspace and the package began its return home. We are unaware of any shots fired at the package on the way out. Iran's fighters did not fly, and it appears that Iran's surface-to-air missile systems did not see us. Throughout the mission, we retained the element of surprise. In total, U.S.
Oh my gosh. Alt East. No, we're not Alt East. Exit 33. Yeah, we're not that. So the image too that's put out to the whole world is like there's no planes were scrambled, no shots were fired. They had no idea. The whole world saw nothing. Nobody knew nothing. Even Russia apparently wouldn't have even known anything. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. It's amazing. I mean, who can make war with the beast? This is, why resistance is futile. Submit. Excuse me. It's really extreme. Like when you just go back and look historically, global conflicts, warring nations, right? They didn't even know to get a single fighter up, guys. They didn't even get one shot off as we were leaving. You know, that is... I take note of that kind of thing. The rhetoric. A lot of the terminology that's being used, I think it's putting people almost like in a trance. I almost didn't want to let him go on and on so long, just because of that. High level sorcery, high level space force. Like, this dude don't know that the earth is flat, right? Keeps on saying planet, globe, and all this. folks are going to want to align themselves with that. I'm team that. I'm on that side. You can't see me. You can't touch this. Right?
Forces employed approximately 75 precision-guided weapons during this operation. This included, as the president stated last night, 14 30,000-pound GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrators, marking the first ever operational use of this weapon. I know that battle damage is of great interest. Final battle damage will take some time, but initial battle damage assessments indicate that all three sites sustained extremely severe damage and destruction. More than 125 U.S. aircraft participated in this mission, including B-2 stealth bombers, multiple flights of fourth and fifth generation fighters, dozens and dozens of air refueling tankers, a guided missile submarine, and a full array of intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance aircraft, as well as hundreds of maintenance and operational professionals. As the Secretary said, this was the largest B-2 operational strike in U.S. history and the second longest B-2 mission ever flown, exceeded only by those in the days following 9/11. Well prior to the strike, General Kurilla elevated force protection measures across the region, especially in Iraq, Syria, and the Gulf. Our forces remain on high alert and are fully postured to respond to any Iranian retaliation or proxy attacks, which would be an incredibly poor choice. We will defend ourselves. The safety of our service members and civilians remains our highest priority. This mission demonstrates the unmatched reach, coordination, and capability of the United States military. In just a matter of weeks, this went from strategic planning to global execution. This operation underscores the unmatched capabilities and global reach of the United States military. As the president clearly said last night, no other military in the world could have done this. I join the president and the secretary in being incredibly proud of the air crews, naval forces, cyber operators, planners, and support teams and commanders who made this mission possible. It is their skill, discipline, and teamwork that makes this operation possible. I am particularly proud of our discipline related to operational security, something that was of great concern to the president, the secretary, General Kurilla, and me, and we will continue to focus on this. As we stand here this morning, many assets are still airborne, and we have hundreds deployed. I ask that we keep our warfighters on their way home and our deployed service member in our thoughts. Our joint force remains ready to defend the United States, our troops, and our interests in the region. Thank you very much.
We will take a few questions.
So, is regime change off the table, Mr. Secretary? And to the chairman, you said the battle damage assessment is still ongoing, but do you believe that some nuclear capability in Iran remains?
This mission was not and has not been about regime change. The president authorized a precision operation to neutralize the threats to our national interests posed by the Iranian nuclear program and the collective self-defense of our troops and our ally Israel.
Thanks for your question. I think BDA is still pending, and it would be way too early for me to comment on what may or may not still be there. But thanks for the question.
Green. No, behind you.
Excuse me, Mr. Secretary, can you tell me, was there a particular moment when the president decided to pull the trigger on this operation where he said, now, rather than being, something in the holster, now we're going to pull the trigger on it?
I would just say, having the opportunity to witness his leadership, he was fully committed to the peace process, wanted a negotiated outcome, gave Iran every single opportunity, and unfortunately was met by stonewalling, which is why he gave them plenty of time to continue to come to the table and give up enrichment, give up the nuclear program. But there was I won't say the particular moment, there was certainly a moment in time where he realized that it had to be a certain action taken in order to minimize the threat to us and our troops. Yeah.
General, you say that General Kirilov increased force protection in Iraq, Syria, the Gulf, and those areas. Were they given any advance warning the attacks were coming? And also, Mr. Secretary, when were congressional leaders notified? How long before the attacks took place?
Sir, to your first question, you know, the risk has clearly been rising over the last few weeks in the region. Based on that, and not a particular awareness of this operation, we've made smart decisions to minimize the risk to U.S. forces in the region.
No advance warning?
No, sir.
Congressional?
They were notified after the planes were safely out. Well, we complied with the notification requirements of the War Powers Act.
They were notified.
They were immediately thereafter. Yes.
Thank you, Secretary. Two quick questions.
Do you believe you completely destroyed Iranian nuclear program? And how about Iranian ballistic missiles? Your ally at Israel always saying that is biggest threat. And second question is very important. What will be your next step if Iran or militias under Iranian influence in the region attack U.S. interests or allies in the region?
And you can chime in on this too, Mr. Chairman. The battle damage assessment is ongoing, but our initial assessment, as the chairman said, is that all of our precision munitions struck where we wanted them to strike and had the desired effect. Which means especially in Fordo, which was the primary target here, we believe we achieved destruction of capabilities there. Ultimately, wherever it may be, whether it's in Iraq or Syria or bases in the Gulf, as the president said, it would be as the chairman said, it would be a very bad idea for Iran or its proxies to attempt to attack American forces. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Regarding retaliations, Iran and North Korea are cooperating on nuclear and missile development. Do you think there is a possibility that Iran, North Korea, and the other forces, such as China, will join forces to retaliate against the United States?
Well, unfortunately, because of the policies under the previous administration, we drove those countries together. And ultimately, that creates a challenging environment. For this particular operation, the focus is on Iran and Iranian nuclear capabilities. That's our focus here, is to not just say that they can't have, but President Trump has said from over 20 years, frankly, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And ultimately, he decided this is the moment, given their stonewalling, when direct military action had to be taken to prevent that from happening. Yes.
Thank you very much. General Kane, I understand OPSEC, I respect OPSEC. Can you...
So maybe the floating of the question is the whole goal there. So you didn't really touch the question at all, right? Do you think that North Korea, China, and other forces that have been working with Iran in nuclear and missile development will join forces in retaliation? And the purpose of this is we're just talking about this right now. We're not talking about that kind of an answer, right? But doesn't that just seem like the natural next step in the progression when you consider that if you believe that the enemy's aim and goal is to escalate everything, right? The war horse of the apocalypse is going to also increase, and so that's going to just be, you may not know exactly what step and the order and the sequence, but you can see how all the divisions have been put in place historically, economically, everything, right? The U.S. is out here right now almost boasting it up about how BADASS they are. Did that. That's what we did. We did what we did. Do that. Right? Okay. So that makes it very clear opportunity for other world powers to step up. Be like, not so fast, tough guy. Right? We saw what you did. Why don't you try picking on somebody your own size? It's not really that complicated. And, you know, just look at the history of all the things, right? And understand that these powers share secrets. Then it's more of an inevitability. You might not be able to say the date and the time, right? But that it ultimately is coming. And it is kind of cocky and arrogant. You've been listening to comms and the optics of the UN, and you listen to the ambassador from Russia and the way they speak. Just listen. See, most of the world has already seen Israel's actions as being the aggressor, the instigator, the bully, whatever, and then the U.S. just coming in and being like, don't you dare say anything about my little buddy. You're going to have to deal with me, right? And now it's not even that because they dared touch a U.S. asset or a U.S. citizen, just preemptively did it. Knocking it right on out of there. Just knocked it right on out of the park there. We just went in there and took care of business. Boy, they didn't even get a single bird up in the sky. In fact, we don't even think, we have no reports of any single shot fired. We just got them with their pants down. Middle of the night, hammered them. Midnight hammer. You know? It's crazy. This is so crazy. All right.
At all, what security procedures are being taken to protect U.S. troops in Iraq and elsewhere in the Middle East? And Secretary Hegseth, as a global war on terrorism veteran, what do you say to veterans who may be concerned the U.S. is getting into another open-ended war in the Middle East over weapons of mass destruction?
Thanks, sir, for the question. I won't comment on what force protection measures are being taken in the region. What I will say is we're being proactive and not reactive, and being very thoughtful about ensuring that we do all that we can to protect our forces out there.
And I would just say, as the president has directed and made clear, this is most certainly not open-ended. It doesn't mean it limits our ability to respond. We will respond if necessary. The most powerful military in the world is postured and prepared to defend our people. But what the president gave us, as I said, was a focused, powerful, and clear mission on the destruction of Iranian nuclear capabilities. Those were the targets. That's what was struck. That was overwhelming. That's what was overwhelming. That's what the Iranian regime needs to understand, as the president put out last night. He wants peace. There needs to be a negotiated settlement here. We ultimately demonstrated that Iran cannot have a nuclear capability. That is a very clear mission set on this operation. Yes, hold on. Yes, right there.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Question for the Secretary and the Chairman. How was this strike coordinated with the Israelis on a strategic level, militarily, and on a tactical level? Was there any direct Israeli military participation in this operation?
Well, I would say certainly Israel had an incredible military success, especially at the beginning and ongoing, in degrading Iranian capabilities, in degrading Iranian launchers, MRBMs. It's been incredible to watch what our ally Israel has been able to do. And there certainly have been conversations. I mean, General Kurilla at CENTCOM has worked closely in the defense of Israel for many years. And part of this operation was the defense of Israel and the ongoing defense of Israel. But as it pertains to this strike, this was U.S. operated and U.S. led.
We took advantage of some of the preparatory work that's been done over the past week and a half in terms of axis of approach. I won't get into the particulars, but as the Secretary said, it was a U.S. strike. We made sure we were not in the same piece of airspace and sky. Aside from that, that was the extent.
We'll take a couple more. Yeah, right there.
A question to the Secretary first. Are you concerned whatsoever now about the reaction from U.S. allies given the strike, particularly those in the Gulf? And to the Chairman, if I may, I understand you don't want to speak to specific assets, force protection measures, but do you anticipate at least having to bring in any further assets from other theaters to aid in force protection over the coming days?
We certainly understand the challenges of allies in the region, and we have been respectful and in working in collaboration with them as it pertains to basing and sensitivities there. Ultimately, they've got a lot of assets and people in those locations also where American troops are co-located. So that's a consideration of ours. We've been in close consultation with them, and we appreciate the support that we have got.
Thanks for the question on sort of the global picture. And as you know, that's one of my jobs, is to look globally at the entire range of challenges. We are always carefully considering our force posture around the world and then offering options to the Secretary and to the President. I won't comment on any future things, but the American people should know that we carefully consider those moves around the world and try to modulate as needed our force structure in the region.
Yeah, right here.
What communications are being sent to the Iranians right now, and is there any possibility of diplomacy now or in the coming days?
I can only confirm that there are both public and private messages being directly delivered to the Iranians in multiple channels, giving them every opportunity to come to the table. They understand precisely what the American position is, precisely what steps they can take to allow for peace, and we hope they do so. Yes.
The president may not want an open-ended conflict. The Iranians may disagree. Are you prepared for a protracted war?
Well, anything can happen in conflict, we acknowledge that, but the scope of this was intentionally limited. That's the message that we're sending. With the capabilities of the American military nearly unlimited. So Iran, in that sense, has a choice. But we've made it very clear to them, this is nuclear sites, this is nuclear capabilities, this is the line that the president set, and we set that back. Now is the time to come forward for peace. But I think one of the takeaways from this as well is the unprecedented level of ongoing cooperation. I can't speak highly enough of the chairman and his staff and General Kurilla in CENTCOM, what they've done to look around the corner, to pre-position, to understand how an operation like this comes together. The scope and scale of what occurred last night would take the breath away of almost any American if you had an opportunity to watch it in real time. And I think Tehran is certainly calculating the reality that planes flew from the middle of America in Missouri overnight, completely undetected over 3 of their most highly sensitive sites, and we were able to destroy nuclear.
This is the new Spectre 2 from Top One. Scary to stop and think about how many folks are fist pumping, celebrating this information coming out. Just like, yeah, about effing time. Show them what we're made of. You know what I mean? The hometown of President Ronald Reagan, Hollywood actor.
made it very clear. He's looked at all of this, all of the intelligence, all of the information, and come to the conclusion that the Iranian nuclear program is a threat, and was willing to take this precision operation to neutralize that threat in order to advance American national interests, reduce the Iranian nuclear program, and obviously collective self-defense of ourselves and our allies. So he looked at all of it, understood the nature of the threat, and took bold action I think the American people would expect in a commander-in-chief. That's all we've got. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Mr. Chairman.
And that was a press conference that was being given by U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, speaking at the Pentagon alongside the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane. The general gave basically a breakdown of the details of the operation, so-called Midnight Hammer, that has been going on in Iran to hit 3 individual nuclear sites within Iran. He listed the agencies involved. It's clearly a very complex operation. He was also very positive about the level of teamwork that had gone on to bring the attack together. U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth had made the point that this was to destroy or severely degrade Iran's nuclear program. He said we did not target Iranian troops, we did not target the Iranian people. He was very specific about the narrowness, as he saw it, of the operation. He also spent several minutes heaping praise on President Trump for having been the coalescing force essentially behind the decision to take this action. Let's go to
look at that view, huh? Still don't know what the crops are. Please let me know. At this rate, by the time anybody sees this or writes anything, it'll be, I don't know, July. It'll be July. I might not even be able to upload any of these videos until I get back home. It's crazy. You can't seem to get any signal strength anywhere. Or maybe if I grab a hotel, I can start working on it Tuesday night. I don't know, maybe by then they'll have declared war. The idea that these people are supposed to somehow fight back, you just go in there under stealth, midnight darkness, completely undetected, 100% success, 0 mistakes, not even a single shot fired. I mean, wow. Pretty uneven matchup. Very one-sided. But not too long ago in the news they were talking about all these the sleeper cells and whatnot, right? Military escalation such as never been seen upon the face of the earth and some one-sided thing. It ain't gonna work like that. It's kind of, U.S. is coming off all a bit cocky right now. Like a type of pride before a fall. Ain't that book? Pride before a fall.
Alan Fisher, who is live for us in Washington, D.C. Alan, a couple of things that did strike me was that Pete Hegseth was, as I was mentioning, very intent on specifying this was a single targeted operation, and there appeared to be no attempt either to expand it out with the targets that had been hit or to try to institute regime change in Iran.
Message there from the United States that this is not an open-ended operation, although there is the warning that while it was intentionally limited, the capabilities of the United States military is not, and therefore, in the words of the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, retaliation on American assets, interests and people and allies as well would be a very poor choice. What is clear is that this was a well-coordinated operation. Well, Donald Trump on Thursday said he would give the Iranians 2 weeks, a 2-week window. The decision was made probably sometime late on Thursday or early on Friday, and that is when everything started in motion. 24 hours ago, we were talking about how we were tracking B-2 bombers flying to Hawaii and then on to Guam. And I spoke to an expert yesterday and he said, look, there's a real possibility this is going to be the operation. It could get underway in a few hours. Turns out he was absolutely bang on the money. As you would say, there was a lot of praise for Donald Trump. He was asked, Pete Hegseth was asked if there was a moment when Donald Trump made the decision. He said he realized that the Iranians were stonewalling him in negotiations, and while there wasn't a moment, he was aware that he decided that he was going to take action against the Iranians, which involved MOPs, as they're called, massive ordnance penetration. Essentially, these so-called barrack buster bombs. They went in, they hit a number of targets, and they were also backed up by Tomahawks fired from aircraft and also from submarines to destroy the capabilities of the Iranians. The Americans are saying this was a huge success, a complete success, but as we heard from the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, they obviously still have to get full intelligence from the site, satellite photos, that sort of thing. It will take some time, so they don't know whether it has been a huge success, but what it does do is send a real message. And if there was one irony throughout that 30-minute news conference, it was that several times they talked about how it was important they kept the circle of knowledge in this very tight, that it was confidential, that very few people knew about it. Of course, when there was an attack in Yemen earlier this year, Pete Hegseth not only included a journalist on the talks about what was going to happen in Yemen, he also included his wife. So the idea that security is much tighter, perhaps that really was a lesson to be learned for the Defense Secretary of the United States of America.
Yeah, and according to Pete Hegseth, essentially the decision-making process in terms of whether or not to go ahead with this strike appeared to be very clear-headed. The decision was very clearly made. However, we should remember Donald Trump is facing pushback on this, not only, of course, from members of Congress, but also from members of his own party, his own supporters, who do not want the US to be involved in this. There are also questions over whether or not this is actually constitutional, Alan.
Well, Donald Trump campaigned on the fact that he didn't want America to get involved in another Middle East war. He said they were stupid, they were expensive, they were unnecessary. In fact, way back when Barack Obama was in office, Donald Trump said, stand back and watch effectively. Barack Obama is going to attack Iran to distract from his problems. He has been against intervention in the Middle East. It is part of the American First, essentially, agenda to stay away from these things. Questions about whether or not it's legal, well, there's going to be a number of motions tabled in both houses of Congress on Monday, suggesting that the president needs to get permission from the War Powers Act. What he did last night, what he did on Saturday, that is not illegal. Presidents have the right to take action if they think there is a threat to the United States. And many in this White House will argue that there was a clear threat to the United States. So it is not against the Constitution. If it were to be sustained and go on over a long period, then yes, he would need approval of Congress. It is up to Congress then to declare war, if there was a formal declaration of war. Is it against international law? That's where it becomes much harder, because of course you've got to prove there was an immediate threat if you take this level of action against Iran. And many people will say that there was no immediate threat.
I know he said you have to prove there's an immediate threat. I don't know if that's really kind of more like an unwritten law. You know, look at how Trump is. Imagine they told him he has to prove. comes out and takes positions that all these other nations have been taking advantage of our security and protection without properly paying us for it, you know? Or look at what these world courts have ruled and decided about Israel, and even putting out warrants for Netanyahu and stuff like this. And what? So what? It's just all talk, right? I mean, I'm sure yeah, it's a threat. We deemed it as a threat, right? What else do you need? You need documents? What do you need? It's stupid. It's stupid. Whatever. I don't think it'll be that long. I mean, Congress probably will put out a declaration of war. Look at how the Congress is divided after everything of the Biden administration, the failures, this and that, the weakness, da-da-da-da-da. I don't think there's really anything positioned to stop Trump. Whatever illusion there is that there are factions that are against him, I have not believed in for quite a long time now. Hollywood being against him, all these little trials and felonies and all this stuff. He is their golden dawn. They're acting, they're playing their parts, they're playing their roles.
Given we had the intelligence from the DNI saying the Iranians were not working on a bomb, but of course, very rarely do we see people held to account when they breach international law in this way.
Alan, thank you very much indeed. That's Alan.
He ended up saying, very rarely do we see anybody held to account. So that's, yeah, exactly.
Fisher talking to us from Washington, D.C. Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps has responded to the nuclear site attacks, saying the United States' repetition of past failed follies demonstrates strategic incompetence and disregard for the realities on the ground in the region. Instead of learning from repeated failures, Washington's effectively placed itself on the front lines of aggression by directly attacking peaceful installations. The flight locations of the planes participating in this aggression have been identified and monitored. The number, dispersion, and size of U.S. military bases in the region are not a strength, but they've doubled their vulnerability. I'm going to go to Ali Hashem. He's in the Iranian capital, Tehran. So we have been hearing reaction coming out of Iran. We've also heard from Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. This statement from Iran's Revolutionary Guard seems somewhat muted to some degree. It doesn't say anything specific, although it clearly has a very strong message with regard to the attacks.
Well, Rob, most of the statements today, because we just saw the statement by President Masoud Pezeshkian, who condemned the attack, also said that it's the failure of deterrence within Israel that led them to force the U.S. to be involved. The Iranian strategy will continue to retaliate, and that Israel lacks the independent capabilities or courage to attack without U.S. backing. So this is the president. He also kept his own response within this ambiguous dimension. It applies to the IRGC, as you were saying, and also to Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. The three reserved Iran's right to retaliate response. However, they kept all the cards on the table, and it's clear this is mainly because the body that is to decide on how and what and where to retaliate is the Supreme National Security Council. And of course, after the Supreme National Security Council convenes and decides, then the Supreme Leader should give his okay to that. Till the moment these measures, at least they're not announced, so we don't know what is going to be the next step. And that's why these bodies, different bodies, are giving responses, but within a kind of an ambiguous sense.
Ali, thank you very much indeed. That's Ali Hashem talking to us there from Tehran. Well, Iran has retaliated to the US attacks by firing missiles into Israel. They struck northern and central areas, including the cities of Tel Aviv and Haifa. Bernard Smith is joining us now from Amman. He's been monitoring the situation that's going on in Israel at the moment. Bernard, just give us a brief update of the attacks that Israel has been going through.
Rob, 2 waves of missiles fired at Israel, about 25 in total, says the Israeli military, and 10 impact sites. And people are living in those impact sites in Tel Aviv and in Haifa and a couple of other parts of Israel emerged from their shelters to see a lot of devastation, to see rescue teams picking through rubble. One of them in Haifa, it's believed, is actually a misfired interceptor rocket that fell back to the ground rather than an intercepted Iranian ballistic missile. But those considerable damage caused in parts of Israel hit by those Iranian ballistic missiles. It's not put the Israelis off, though. Huge support for the American attack on those nuclear bases in Iran. Benjamin Netanyahu thanking Donald Trump, a bold decision. He said it would change history. Even the opposition saying that they welcome this, made Israel a safer place, a right and correct thing for Israel to do, said Yair Lapid, an opposition leader. And a further indication of how the Israeli sentiment is about what's happened in the last few hours. The Israeli stock market opened up today on a record high.
That's Bernard Smith talking to us there from Amman. Bernard, thank you very much indeed. Well, Iran's foreign minister is next headed to Russia, where he's set to have talks with President Vladimir Putin on Monday. Yulia Shapovalova is joining us now from Moscow. It's worth remembering, of course, that Russia and Iran have a very close relationship. Iran's foreign minister has been on this tour of diplomacy in Geneva and in Istanbul, now in Russia. What is he hoping, do you think he's going to get from Russia?
Well, we know that the Kremlin has already confirmed that the meeting will indeed take place tomorrow on Monday. Things change very quickly. We just received a comment from head of Russia's Rosatom Nuclear Energy Corporation, Likhachov. He has said that the US strikes did not affect the part of Iran where the Bushehr nuclear power plant is located. The situation there is currently calm, but in the event of a threat to Russian personnel working there, Russia is ready for immediate evacuation of its staff. And earlier, Vladimir Putin raised the issue of Russia's personnel safety to be ensured. So according to the Russian president, Prime Minister Netanyahu agreed not to target those facilities, and Donald Trump supported that too. As you know, Russia has built a nuclear reactor at Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant, and according to Vladimir Putin, Russia has signed contracts for 2 more. And despite the hostilities, the Russian employees continue to work in Bushehr. So probably this issue will be raised tomorrow. Generally, the Russian side seems to be very disappointed with US actions, and even though the Kremlin has not yet officially commented on the US night strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities, the Russian Foreign Ministry has strongly condemned them. Russian diplomats have said that missile and bomb strikes on the territory of a sovereign state grossly violate international law and the UN Charter, no matter what arguments they are presented with. And the consequences of this action, including radioactive one, will have to be assessed.
Yulia, thank you very much indeed. There's Yulia Shapovalova talking to us there from Moscow. Well, joining me on set is Mohamed Saloom. He's an assistant professor in critical security studies at the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies. Good to have you with us on Al Jazeera. I want to ask you about something that was referred to in the press conference that was just given, particularly by the Chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane. He was asked about where he thought the possible targets would be or could be for Iran, with specific reference in the question to whether or not Iraq was going to be at issue. Is there anything to suggest? Are there any clues that we have as to where Iran may choose to strike?
Well, Iran has different areas to choose to strike back. Iraq as well. By the way, even asking of Iraq is very important because over the last 2 days, the Israeli airplanes actually targeted groups on the Iraqi-Iranian borders, and they assassinated the bodyguard of Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah, and he was assassinated there. With him, there was a senior Iraqi militia leader who was also killed, and was publicly declared by the group in Iraq. But while these targets, I mean, Iran has so many targets in the region if they want to respond to the US. But also there is a scenario where the Iranians might not respond against the US at all, and they would instead just focus on Israel. And this is what happened right after the bombardment earlier this morning. And because Iran understands that mounting more pressure against Israel would actually pay off. Because at the moment, the scene we have in front of us is that President Trump indeed launched a bombardment and targeted 3 nuclear sites, but he also has thrown the ball in the Iranian court, saying that if you respond, there will be a bigger war in the region. Iran might say, okay, we're not going to respond to the US because we want the US to stay out of this conflict. Let us just focus on Israel. So far, this is what happened. So we might be in front of this scenario.
We are assuming, of course, that whatever response Iran is going to make is going to be predominantly missile-led. But of course, Iran has a very well-developed cyber attack capability as well. It also has, in the past, used terrorism. It has taken hostages. Can you see a scenario, given the impact that Iran has had on, say, its stockpiles of missiles, that it might choose actually to respond in a different way, possibly one of the ways I mentioned?
Yeah, definitely. They can. These possibilities are all on the table, but I don't see Iran doing any of these at the moment. The Iranian government would only do that if they feel that this is the end, that the West, the Americans, the Israelis are all coming to topple the regime. I don't see the Iranian strategists and government at this stage, at this point, maybe in the future, but now, because, if they go, for example, for cyber attacks, they have already tried that. And I think the Israeli side said that they were not very much effective, while the Israelis were very much effective targeting some banks inside Tehran. But for terrorism, I don't think this would work in Iran's favor. They understand the international mood, and we can see that their foreign minister is still in a tour. He's going to Russia. He was in Istanbul. He was in Turkey. So I think they're still having hope that they can combine diplomacy with missiles and with some pressure on Israel to achieve some result. But the window is closing, really.
Mohammed Shalum, we appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed. Well, Abbas Aslani is a Senior Research Fellow at the Center for Middle East Strategic Studies. He's joining us from our Tehran Bureau. Good to have you with us. Let me ask you about the kind of speculation there must be, I would imagine, in Iran about how Iran is likely to respond to this. What are the possible scenarios that you can see?
Well, as we speak, we have been seeing that there have been escalatory attacks against Israel. This seems to be the case in the coming days, and Iran might be increasing the pressure on Israel, trying to inflict much more pain and cost on the regime. In addition to that, I think Iran will have no option but to respond to the Americans as well and their interests in the region, because the way that Donald Trump was speaking following the aggression on nuclear facilities, the tone and the words, I think, as well as the action, leaves no choice for Iran but to respond. But we are hearing also from officials, from the members of parliament, talking about withdrawal from the non-proliferation treaty. This indicates that Iran might be reviewing its cooperation with the International Atomic Energy Agency, as well as seriously considering withdrawal from the NPT, and scaling up the nuclear activities in the longer run could be an option. There has been discussions that the damages cannot be denied against the nuclear facilities, but Iran's nuclear program is considered to be enjoying of 3 crucial components: know-how and the knowledge, the facilities and the equipment, as well as the nuclear materials. So far, the know-how as well as the nuclear materials seem to be intact, but the facilities have been suffering from damages. They could be recovered in So that's why Iran is developing the nuclear program. Destruction. This might be a short-term tactical relative win for the other side, but strategically looking at this issue, I think the story could end up to be a different one rather than what the narrative that Americans have been presenting.
In the meantime, there seems to be some sort of effort by Iran's foreign minister. There's an effort of communication by Abbas. We know now that he's heading to Russia. He's going to on Monday. We have had analysts here over the last couple of days suggesting Russia's response to what's been happening in Iran has been more muted than Iran might have hoped for. What do you think Iran's foreign minister is hoping to get out of that meeting with Vladimir Putin?
Iran has been reaching out to other countries as well as in bilateral and multilateral formats in order to urge them to condemn the attacks, specifically this aggression against the nuclear facilities that are considered to be the first of its kind, in history. And we have been hearing that some countries have been somehow showing interest that they might be offering support to Tehran directly or indirectly and gradually in the course of time, because they think that the course of actions or developments in the region might be to the detriment of their interests in the longer run, because with the rising US influence in the region, some other global powers might be seeing that they are losing influence in the region and their interests are being impacted and undermined. So that's why I think Iran will try to reach out to other countries, including Russia, or specifically a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, in order to use the potentials, at least in the political level, to counter this pressure. And I think now the risk of escalation is yet there. This is not the end game, but it is just a new beginning, and we can be seeing new developments. And here, I think the role of other countries in order to control the situation and preventing it from the situation, leading to a full-scale and regional war and fire will be very important, unless I think this will escalate and expand to a newer level whereby other players could be involved, and this could not just be limited to Iran, Israel, and the United States.
We're going to leave it there for the moment. Abbas Aslani, thank you very much indeed for being with us on Al Jazeera. Well, Colin Clark is the Director of Research at the Sufan Center. It's a global intelligence and security consultancy. He's joining us from Washington, D.C. So thank you very much indeed for being with us. General Dan Kane, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, giving details we heard just in the last half hour of the raid that had been carried out. In your estimation, and of course we're still waiting to see what kind of damage has been done to the three sites that were struck, but given the way that the General was describing the raid, what would be your assessment of how effective that raid would be?
Well, the U.S. seems extremely confident that the Iranian nuclear infrastructure has been put beyond use for the foreseeable future. I think, these statements are so overwhelming and so blatant that leads me to believe that the U.S. again is extremely confident. However, there's still a formal battle damage assessment that's pending, and that becomes a bit cumbersome given the reliance on satellite imagery and the sheer devastation of the ground. It'll take a while to kind of sift through the rubble to figure out exactly what comes down.
That was impressed at how straightforward, and I'm using obviously that phrase as somebody who doesn't really understand the technicalities of doing something like this, but it appears to have been relatively straightforward in terms of getting the planes in and out again with very little problems. In the event that it turns out that the level of damage that the US is expecting is not as great as they had hoped for, and they might have to go in again, how easy are they going to find it a second time?
Well, I think politically it may be more difficult because there's, indications of various aspects of the Trump administration saying, we've done our part, now we're out. As you know, there are members of Trump's base that want nothing to do with this and see this as an Israeli fight, not an American one. So there's political constraints. Militarily, I think it'll be less difficult simply because, you know, the past 8 or 9 days of fighting, the Israelis have really worn down Iranian anti-missile defense, Iranian radars. It seems that the B-2 bombers were able to kind of reach their targets without any issues at all. And the bombing continues, as you know, as we speak. And so this is a fight that's far from over. But, you know, I certainly think it is on the table for the U.S. to get back involved. Less likely, you know, at the moment, though, given some of the indications from the U.S. on the perceived level of success.
Colin Clark, it's really good to get your breakdown of that, and we appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed for your time. UN Nuclear Watchdog Chief Rafael Grossi has posted on X saying he's calling an emergency meeting of the IAEA Board of Governors after the US military strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities. The off-site radiation levels in Iran are not reported to have increased, but the IAEA says it's going to provide more information as it becomes available. Yossi Michelberg is a senior consulting fellow at Chatham House, and he's an expert in Israeli politics. He's joining us from London. Thank you so much for being with us. In your estimation, given the strikes that the US has carried out, do you think that that draws a line under this for Israel, or are we likely to see Israel carrying on its attacks in Iran for the indefinite period?
They're going to increase, bro.
Good afternoon. I don't think, as far as what I can hear from Israel, the kind of statements that think this is over by a long stretch. And that's one of the challenges right now, to what point, to move from the military operation into the realm of diplomacy. Because there always the question is, what's the real objective of these military operations, at least by Israel? Is it only about nuclear? Is it also about reducing Iran capabilities to support whether movements or countries that oppose Israel, or even regime change? You might look at them as related to one another and interlinked, but not necessarily so. On the other hand, from the United States, as we could just hear earlier, for the United States, it's not about regime change. In this case, if Israel wants to continue for a much longer time, then it's for the American administration to put a stop to it, and together with other members of the international community to move as quickly as possible into the negotiation table and set some realistic objectives.
With regard to the negotiations, that is obviously something that Donald Trump says he has been pushing for up until just the last few days. It is also something that Abbas Araghchi, the Iranian foreign minister, said that he was open to being involved in until these attacks took place. In the longer term event that there was a possibility of negotiations about Iran's nuclear program starting again, how likely is it, do you think, that Israel would allow those negotiations to go ahead?
Well, I think it's not for Israel at the end of the day to dictate. It's there are some allies of Israel that support it all through this war, and then the last 21 months, for better and for worse. And so at a certain point to come back to Israel and say this war needs to come to an end, the way that the war in Gaza should come to an end, besideline a little bit what's happening right now in Gaza or in the West Bank. But the wars need to come to an end and look for a political solution towards that unity and Iranianism. So the idea that
Sorry, commercial.
Because Israel also suffered from this war. This war, it's for the first time also that the citizen...
This married couple who died when their apartment to the north of Nuseirat was hit. At least 3 people were also killed in attacks on displaced people living in tents to the west of Khan Yunis. Stay with us on Al Jazeera. Betraying international diplomacy by attacking 3 of its nuclear sites.
All right.
We were in the middle of talks and negotiation with Europeans. Happened only 2 days.
Repeating itself here. Okay, 167 miles to Goshen. We're almost back. Pick up load number 5. It's a 36-foot fifth wheel Cougar. Baruk Yahuah. £9,336. Going to Greenville, North Carolina. $785 miles. $1,334.50. Farmland. Look at that. Look at that. Pretty amazing. be on the, oh, yep, Illinois River. That's what she says. I'm actually noticing too that it goes like that. So I wonder, I think it is kind of like coming closer to us. A town called Morris. Let me see, Thursday was not a complete day. So we'll just call it half. And then Friday, complete day. Saturday, complete day. And today, it's also like a half. So, I wonder how many hours did I drive on Thursday? Excuse me. Thursday we had 6 hours, and today 5. So yeah, it's basically coming out to be 3 complete days. It seems like really great time. Like, it seems like we're making great time. The construction, kind of wasting time trying to find a place because they got these towns that don't allow overnight anywhere in the whole city. Freaking crazy. Their idea is like, well, you can pay for a hotel, and that's like, I don't know, how do you think that truckers feel about that? So I feel like they shouldn't give them any of their money at all. And dang, one of those towns is like famous, Sturgis, where they have like a huge motorcycle thing, bike week or whatever. Y'all should just like change it up. I'm sure there's lots of other folks that would love for you to come into their communities for a week. But they won't. Might not even think of it. I don't know. I guess there's a part of it that just feels un-American to sit there and say, no, we don't allow any overnighters like in our entire town. Hey, bro. And it needs to be that it's some kind of a legislative thing, right? Policy for the whole town. The way, it's very interesting. So there must not be a Cracker Barrel. Cracker Barrel seems to be really friendly to travelers that way. And also, oftentimes Walmart, but even the Walmart was like, no. I don't remember what that other little town was. I forgot what it was called. Anyway, who cares, right? Who cares? The amount of other things that we got going on, ain't nobody wanting to try to stand up for those rights. got going on. Actually telling me I'm getting 19 miles to the gallon right here. This kind of seems like what would be the best the truck would do, bobtailing, at least, and until I figure out if I'm going to do anything with the rock guard or not. I mean, it looks like it would just be a matter of unbolting it. Then I'm not sure exactly where it would even ride, because I think it's too wide to fit the width of the bed, and with everything that's in there, I don't know that there's a place to lay it lengthwise either. I can see how it could go down the side, but there's the wheel well. Wheel well. So I'm not sure. So we're right at 3 hours today, with 2.5 remaining, so 5.5 hours. So actually 5.5, 6. So it's just being just slightly over. Wow, mushy. Some clouds. Didn't see a single cloud yesterday, and now I'm just seeing this tiniest little bit. did not eat or cook anything before I left the camp. Kind of like yesterday. Jerky's almost like essential. I can have some chicken salad too. I just don't want to. I want to try to make sure these things last somehow. Stretch it out. Oh look, construction. Good flip. $55, okay. That's pretty radical. This lady in this ramp, she's like trying to go 70 or something. She either didn't see or didn't care. Just flew right up on my butt. Over here, buddy? You had your signal on. You're welcome, boss. Try to yield to truckers, man. Trust me, all these other people don't give a darn at all. Hara Abba. Hello. Yeah. I see two massive spires sticking up. I don't know if those are factory smokestacks or what. They're tall though. Miles. Get back on 80. Mr. Decker here ain't making no friends, that's for sure. Huh. how long we've been going through this now. Half the sites have laborers and half the sites don't. I don't get it. Whoa! That was narrow. Sure is delicious. Suddenly, because there was guys flying up to merge. I mean, what are they going to do? Go right into the side of the truck? Crazy. So it looked like there were tolls going to Carolina, and I don't know if my Easy Pass even works for those. They have an Easy Pass in Florida, and it seemed like Indy and Illinois. Roads in Sardinia. I would be curious to know. I think it even said $12 worth of tolls. Hey, that seems like a lot, man. There was another route that where it was going to be even more, like $40 or something. What the heck? This wire falling down. I don't know about the job, the craftsmanship. Seems a bit shady. Nobody here. Dug out there, dude. What are they doing? map in the telling me I'm on I-80 already. So surprise, surprise, the Google's saying 24 miles to stay on I-80. Safer just to make this into one lane. There's zero room you get between this concrete barrier and a big truck, and then he's got a concrete barrier on his other side. Roads are trash, swerving all around, bouncing. This all construction, I don't know, bro. It's a freaking joke. Hey, there's a whole world of buildings right there. Steeple, obelisk. What is this place called? Rockdale? Rockdale? We got advertisements for lawyers in Chicago. Chicago's law firm. Medicare made for you and your doctor. Essence. Speed limit, 45. There's more equipment right here. No one around. Nobody with any of these machines. Oh, bro, what's going on, man? Is it the Shabbat? Or what? What are y'all doing? Crazy. So crazy. Hey, got some horse seeds in there? Something. I think it was a little cow, though. I can't tell. It looked more like a cow here. Oh, yeah, look at that little forehead. That's a little cow right there. Huh? There's a RV park. How much they gotta pay? They gotta pay. Ugh, stay right up against the freeway like that. Freaking nasty through here. Really disturbing smell. And my air is on the cab. I think it came from the westbound side. Somebody caught me smoking like crazy over there. And this is like as pretty much as far away from the Chicago influence, unless I take that other highway. When I took it, when I first came to Goshen, it was like Vietnam Veterans Memorial Highway down there. I forgot what the number of it was. And it's all right. It's just I think it takes a lot longer actually, but you deal with less than this. But there's actually will be like stop signs sometimes and street light, traffic light. Go through little towns and the speed limit will drop to 35 and even 25 sometimes. Okay, did our construction end? Because it's still telling me 45 on here. I didn't see a sign that said it was over, so I don't know. Obviously everybody's whipping past me. Big truck that's coming up behind me now. So he probably also is discerning that it's over. 55. 65. Alright, Baruk Atah. Looks like we made it. 355 North Toll Road. Another interstate that you pay tolls on. Going to Rock. Noise. 17 miles to stay on 80. that. You know what this represents? The calm before the storm. It could be the calm before the storm. What storm, Mr. President? You'll find out. And at the time, unfortunately, I was like, yeah. That's because they're gonna round up all you traffickers and pedophiles, and we're gonna end it. You know, that makes me upset. Some folks down there four-wheeling, it looks like. But you know, the deception like continues. So really, it's a praise. It's Baruk Yahuah. That He allowed me to see Him for what He really is. Beyond just the lies. But now this stuff that come out here last night, kind of silencing in a way. Hours. 2 hours later. 2 hours remaining. Oh, funny. It's almost 8 at the homestead. I ain't heard nothing from my baby, so it probably means that she is able to sleep. What are these messages from? Midnight? I know you're probably asleep. I just wanted you to know I have been researching you're supposed to use much less. That's great news, honey. Baruk Yahuah. Shamkadani, I love you. I'm only 2 hours away from the yard at Goshen. I'm gonna go try to get in with my code and pick up that fifth wheel and everything, and probably even try to put some miles towards Carolina today. So halal Yahuah, halal that you're well, that you slept well, that your sugar's well. I love you so much, baby. I miss you. I just had some jerky for, I guess, maybe we'll call it brunch. I don't know. Whatever. It's a perfect road snack. Keep me satiated when I don't cook anything in the dining. So, yeah, just been traveling and recording and talking about the Golden Dawn striking Iran. I guess 3 different targets overnight in the Operation Midnight Hammer, they're calling it. Very braggadocious. Mwah! Love you. Whoa. What are we? it's weird because we're like pretty darn far from city center Chicago. Not far enough though, that's for sure. Feel like this 7 miles turn left I-80 east is really just don't turn on 57, although that could be farther. I don't really know. I don't really understand. It says that 57 is in 3 miles, so maybe not. See anybody out here running traffic. These freaking people are absolutely lunatics, bro. Absolute lunatics the way they drive. Here come a few more. Memphis 1 mile, Chicago 1 mile, Wisconsin. How about no? Is let me stay where I'm at. I don't like it. Can't like it. Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be rude. Watch out, bro. Here we go. That's some clear signage. 3 lanes. East 80. Oh dang, this big truck just had to slam on his brake. Little Hyundai, why don't you come over here, dude? You ain't paying attention. Freaking dangerous. Jump back. Wow. In the zombie apocalypse movies, were any of them driving cars? Well, I think they left that part out. Flying planes, driving buses, driving trains. Those kinds of things. Chicagoland. Chicagoland. What do you think? You think they're going to listen? I'm going to try and slow down. 45. I was already going 5 over, and look at they freaking go by me 20 plus miles an hour. It's totally insane. So insane. I'm actually going 5 over right now. Look. Oh no. I feel like I'm the one breaking the law. Everyone else is just... zone, 45 miles an hour. I don't know, man. It's funny. It's so funny. I'm gonna try to see if I see any actual workers. See a bunch of traffic. Oh. Dang it, am I gonna have to pay a toll? What's going on here, bro? Getting stuck in some kind of a freaking I do not like this at all. What the freak, dude? It was forcing me to go into some toll lane. Is the speed limit still 45 through here? Clear about any of this. If we end up merging with those folks up there, I'm definitely going to need to be going faster than this. See if I can get over behind this damn Toyota right here. I never saw a construction zone end. Definitely boosting up our speed right here to match the flow of these folks. It says 55, we're going 60. Homewood or something like that. Look at it, how it is. Feels like it might as well be Chicago. I'm just trying to go the speed limit. I'm already going 6 over and they're just flying past me. jam up the people who are actually trying to obey the law anyways. What the heck, dude? It literally does say it right there, 55. Confirmed. This is that place that they just digging this massive hole, pulling something out of the ground. I can't even see the bottom. I see the dump truck on the road, access road down over there, and it goes way over there, and it's like a massive square. No idea. Between Homewood and Lansing, directly under I-80. Look at this. 50 over. Don't know. You tell me. Looks like he's going about 90. Can't like it, bro. Can't like a dang thing about it. Nothing. It's a Chicago Southland. So it seems to be saying it's still a part of Chicago. I don't know. Traffic jam, so everybody's racing to jam on the brakes. What do you know? Figure 42 miles. It's gonna be like this. I'm gonna get over here because this lane will probably turn into an exit only, and I'll really be simple. Try to stay in the middle best I can. And everybody's hitting their brakes. Trying to still pass them. Where do you think you're going? It's crazy, man. They're freaking gone. Gone. There's this cartoony character on this billboard. I guess they sell fireworks. I don't know. It says Crazy Kaplan's Fireworks. It looks like it's an Uncle Sam character with like bloodshot eyes, all spinning crazy, tongue sticking out like the spirit, and he's holding a lit stick of dynamite. He's got a straitjacket on, and it's like it explains the United States of America. Crazy, straight jacket on, got the dynamite in the hand, ready to blow the whole thing to smithereens. Excuse me. Coming, bro. They're all sleeping. walking straight into their destruction. Definitely want to get away. Definitely want to get away. They got a billboard there, a billboard there, a billboard there. Plus, I passed already like 5 of them. How can you have that much advertisement for one fireworks stand or store or whatever? Isn't that crazy? Ugh. Looks like it's telling me 40 miles to exit. Oh! Suddenly? Didn't see that coming. 40A, 20 east, 35. 40 miles. This person loves to slam on their brakes in front of me, man. I can't like it. That ain't how I roll, family. Let's anticipate the stop a little. There's no point in racing up to somebody and slamming on your brakes. So this is interesting because their sign says that we just came in to Indiana, and I don't feel like I've left Chicagoland. Oh, what? That's crazy, dude. Oh my gosh. And it's wild too because not long from now I'll likely see horse-drawn carriage on a road with the 60-mile-an-hour speed limit. Stone's throw from this place. Like, kind of weird. Kind of weird. understand how you can have tolls on the interstate. Ain't nobody trying to answer my question about that. I'm sure they've come up with some kind of excuse or reason that sounds reasonable. Joke about this, you know, like this is basically like, you know, you just choose your own speed limit, I guess. I mean, look at these, look at this, dude. Okay, there's the place. Atah Yahuah, it's not actually a jam. It looked like it was because everything was red and just crunched together. But we're back to flowing a bit here. Baruk Atah. 30 miles to my exit. I gotta remember to log my bobtail miles. Let's take a picture of it. Total miles, and our miles per gallon is still staying at 16.2 for the entire trip average. It's not great. Not great at all. I think this is what ended up confusing the crud out of me the last time too, because we got a lot of signage for 65 north and south, and it's like I don't see anything that's basically for to stay on this, I-80 east. So I just need to be really careful here I don't get trapped again in some freaking exit. Looks like there's quite a few folks that are going to go south to Indy. I don't know where 65 north goes. Weird. Central Avenue, I guess, is the main thing they're saying. Excuse me. Everybody's jamming on brakes again here. Just imagine there's no street lights, no stop signs. Firework advertisement. They're different. Oh, bro. I'm thinking back, and I'm recalling that person that they used to parade in front of in front of everybody on the TV. That was the whatever of Chicago, whatever it was. I don't know. It was I guess that was like a mayor or something. That was crazy, dude. So crazy. Let's see what happens if we put some fuel in here, huh? Should I try 5 minutes? It's at a quarter, just about. Try it. See. How many of these folks are here because they want to be? Guy's got a Grim Reaper on his truck. Look at this dude. He's got some kind of Grim Reaper on his motorcycle club jacket. Yeah, this little, I was gonna call it a Colorado, but it's actually a Silverado. Make me cry. That does not look like a full-size truck, man, but okay. And it's an LTZ, which is, I guess, one of the higher trim packages, yeah, but he's got the US flag on his back slider glass, but it's all blacked out. Black flag, and then the Grim Reaper on the pillar. And I can remember it's not even that long ago. I'd be like, dude, that's so cool. Yeah, I love that. I'm gonna get that. Oh, I love your truck, bro. It's so cool. Belong here. You know what I mean? Looks like actually a police officer up there. Maybe that's why everybody jammed on their brakes. I'm just kidding. They're like, oh my gosh, there's a cop, there's lights on, oh my gosh. Just shut down. Just like shock. Haven't seen it. Haven't seen it in so long. What's going on? Oh, excuse me. force his way up to the front. Nobody's gonna let him in. He's gonna keep going forward and forward until he sees opportunity to cut somebody off. I don't necessarily want to be in the left lane either. Hey, what are we doing? Bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 bang. I thought maybe this guy had pulled somebody over, but there is no one. State police. She's just updating her Facebook. I don't know. She's on her little laptop. And now here we go again. 80 East 90 Toll Road, exit right 1 3/4 mile. I'm so confused, family, right now. Like, seriously, let me turn this video off right now because I can't focus on that right now. So it's telling me 26 miles. But that sign said I-80 exit right. I am very concerned that I may not be in the proper place at the proper time when the time comes. So let me see what I can see here. 80 East 90 Toll Road, 3rd right. No idea, dude. It makes no sense. It's telling me I'm on I-80 and I don't exit for 25 miles, and then it says I-80 3rd right. Unless it's like everybody's going to the right, next right, because all these people are about ready to go to frickin' Detroit or something crap. Watch out, fly. Look at that, bro. Was I supposed to get over here? Yes. See that, dude? When you're doing like everything you can to pay attention, they fucking trick you. They're so evil. Excuse my language. I'm so sorry. I just about missed my thing. I gotta exit. I'm sorry. Where was that on your stupid Google Maps? Real, dude. Well, surely do halal that I'm going the proper way. Was I supposed to go on 94? I don't think so. Dang tolls are we talking about here? Can't like any of this, dude. Whoa, whoa, whoa. East 80, 90, 90 Chicago, 80 East Ohio. I guess that's me. I'm not going to Chicago, that's for sure. How many times they try to get you to go to Chicago? changed immensely, and I feel like this thing is gonna try to send me the wrong way. Look, it's trying to make me go back up to 94. There's different routes. What the freak, dude? Confusion, family. It wants me to go to 94. Check and see what's going on. I did arrange that account to like automatically come out, but also like that credit card is like freaking maxed, bro. Like maxed. So I don't know what's gonna happen there. I need to get in there and find out. I don't even get a chance to double check my route because I thought I was just going to be basically living on 80 away. I have no idea what this is freaking doing to me. This is a really weird road. 30 miles an hour. You gotta whole state. You got 2 lanes and there's nothing. It's not residential, or I don't see apartments, nothing. 30 miles an hour. Huh. There's something. There's finally like a little business or something. There's a street light. I don't understand why. Okay. Seems like it'd be maybe 35. What am I just going on and on about, right? City of Portage. So I did 5 minutes and it went from like right around a quarter to a half, if it's accurate, because I've been having problems with that. Yeah, dude, it's literally like you're making your way to Detroit. '90 and 94 cross, and then it has me get off like I don't know, bro, like the same exit off of 90 and 94, either way. I guess I was supposed to go like I was going to 94. Myself, but I'm listening to this freaking Google Maps and it's causing me all kinds of problems. I just drove around in a circle and ended up paying a toll. I'm doing everything I can to pay attention. And I don't see a lake, but I'll try to look for it. I see what you mean about it. I'll try to look. I most likely wouldn't even want to go into that lake because of all this freaking crap, dude. Look at all this like pollution and everything. Nasty. Freaking nasty, dude. I don't know. That's what I thought. Wait, Burns Harbor Porter 20, 1 mile. You're telling me 18 miles. 20 is the road that I'm gonna get off on eventually. confusion. Like, I'm just telling you what's going on. I'm not blaming you. You don't need to say sorry to me. That kind of hurts my feelings because it makes me feel like somehow I made you think it was your fault. None of that's your fault. I'm doing everything I can to pay attention, follow the signs, and I'll still end up making a mistake. And I don't understand the way it has me going right now at all, but I'm just trying to follow it through to the end and get to the yard. That's all. So I can just pick up my trailer. I don't see the water. I cannot see the water. There's a lot of trees. There's like factories and stuff. Right now it's lifting me up a little bit. Like I might be able to see it a little farther, but even still can't see it from here. Definitely not something that you should apologize for. It's not your fault at all. Little Calumet River. These freaking roads are trash, bro. Starting to think about everything to do with the trailer, hitching, locking in the pin, fifth wheel. That's actually a lot like the trailer probably is going to be right there. Is it Keystone make the Cougar? Is that what that is? Who that is? Probably make a turn or two and end up being like a bunch of like oak dogs and whatnot. Probably a bunch of money around there too. Am I not supposed to share that what I'm going through? I don't know. I think it's okay. So then we got to have a conversation because both of us deal with like insecurities. So then next thing you know, we're taking things personal that aren't personal, and then there's like problems where there really weren't problems. So I don't feel like now is the time that I can fix that. Because I'm still confused why I'm supposed to take 94 and go way up there, and then I'm going to end up crossing 90. I mean, maybe it's because I have it on, like, avoid tolls or something. That could very well be the case. It could be that you go this way so that you don't have to pay tolls. And I'm, like, trying to stick to the road that makes the most sense, but it could be that. I don't know. Another multi-hauler. And another one right there, right? There. I don't know, perhaps it's telling me to go on 94 to avoid paying tolls on 90, but 90 and 94 are going to like end up crisscrossing again up here later, so I would like to know why, but it's probably going to just require me to do some research, and I'm confused by it now. But it says that I have like an hour and a half or so. And then what I would like to do is once I get hitched up and can get out on the open road, maybe you and I can have a call, because I don't like it when the conversation kind of gets like that, and I want to make sure that we get a chance to talk and everything. So just please be patient with me until I'm able to give you a call, okay? Or receive a call, and try to use the headsets or the headphones. I love you. Mwah. Keep on saying SET whenever I talk about the This is a mess. When I think about how everything was going earlier, and it goes back to that whole, like, look at all this land out here, look at all this open land out here. And then you get here and it's like all cramming down your throat. Where you think you're going, Nicola? Where you think you're gonna go, bro? Dude. Oh boy. Go through all that just to pass one truck. And you're still in the same boat you were in. It's weird. Yikes. The rumble strip's like literally right in the middle of the lane as it's marked out. It says 50. Serenity Springs. So this is 20 East, which, I mean, I don't know. I did see a thing for 20 East earlier too. So I'm not sure what's up with that. Are you stopping? I guess you're stopping. Alright, am I going to go straight? Stay on 20 East. Can't see how many miles because it's covered up. 11 miles. 55. Is it still 55 even with the construction, or is that the sign that always lives there? You guys need to show what the construction speed is. Yet. Oh, this is a little bit more my speed at least. Dude, I don't know. There's also just this, I have like this uneasiness that comes over me when I get around all that, and it just, too much. All right, 55, 8.8 miles. At least my baby gave me a thumbs up and said, I love you too. That makes me feel a lot better. Because I got a lot of things that upset me in this world and in this life. And if she catches me while I'm upset and I'm venting and she says sorry, it's like, whoa, wait, no, not you. I'm only just sharing what my life experiences, what my feelings are, what I'm going through. It's not your fault. You know? They got these little square white signs that say 39 on them, and they look like they're speed limit signs, which would normally say like 35. You know, when your route signs look just like speed limit signs, it can be a little bit confusion. I probably should stop and use the restroom and get to refill my coffee, but I got an hour, so who knows. Whoa, there, that dude is skidding the brakes on that trailer. Wow. There's smoke. Maybe those are just the custom pads. I don't know. On these trailers, when they're brand new and you try to use the trailer brake, they got this coating on the pads, and sometimes, you know, it's no bueno. Like, they gotta get a little bit broken in, so to say. 55, 55. Some more construction. Try to plug this 7-way, make sure the 12 volt is lighting up too, because of whatever was happening before with the battery. That was kind of confusing. Scoot over this way just in case somebody else wants to fly past me. It seems like these folks aren't really like that. It's just those. I'm telling you, man, the spirit of lawlessness at work within these cities is like out of control, and it manifests itself everywhere, like in mass. It's crazy. Places are posting now, you know, no engine brakes, passing laws against them and everything. I find that to be pretty lame. Speed limit got dropped down to 45 right here. Back kind of purdy again. Yahuah. Yeah. Just need space to breathe, bro. Pumper truck for sale. And then we going back up to 55, just like that. Not sure exactly why, but don't really want to mess with this big old flatbed truck. Back down to 45. truck. The road I'm on, 2, goes right, like, I don't know, under, probably. It goes right under 90, but there's not an exit. Otherwise, you know, be like, hey, they definitely should just be taking that. Although this is 20 right now. Now we're gonna go on to 2. Let me get that out of the way. 0.4 miles. Turn left. All three of these lanes. Oh, wait, no, not yet. There's gonna be a new lane, I guess. Same point. Oh, look, it's literally just stay where you are. Back in. Is this like that Common Core navigator? It says we have 50 miles. 55 minutes. And this is interesting because it says stay on 2 east, 12 miles to 20 east, which is what I already am on or was on. I don't know. Maybe I'm just all discombobulated from what happened back there and I can't seem to recover. I'm sure I'll be better once I get hitched up and get out on an interstate, making my way down south. Come right in front of me and then start putting your brakes on, mister. I'm not sure why you're doing that. So now it just bumped us up to 60. Gorgeous right here. It says it's 91 degrees, blue skies, partly cloudy. Really do love the trees. Fly, jeez. Learn what it is. Alright, so today is Pagan Day. Motorcycle. 6. Watch out, buddy. Drive me nuts. It's getting more and more swarmy. Almost gotcha. 2025. Sultan to Goshen. Miles to the gallon. 16.3. Gross 0 expenses. I have to look that up. Whoa. That I'm not gonna know. For a bit. 6 miles, 60 miles per hour. Here, because that lane's ending. Things are real spread out in this area. Indiana. It's really, really spread out. Which I actually do like. Yeah, I'm going 45. Jackie. Oh, that's interesting. Did that. We lost that lane, then we lost this lane. Excuse me. There's like this white line going down right here. I ain't kidding. There was like an armadillo dead, roadkill, and the white line went around it and kept going. What? cemetery filled with crosses. Oh, and idols. Did you see that? Statue. Mary, I guess. Alright, let's get up on here. It's an end road work right here. It's hilarious. I don't know what the speed limit on 31 is. To the realization that the nation of your youth is coming apart in every way. And most people don't see, care, so-and-so is not the president, whatever, you know what I mean? The limit of what they perceive as being a problem. Okay, 17 miles. 35 miles remaining. Oh wow, look at that. Pretty. That's a great little view right there. Look at that. Some kind of refinery or something on that side. My side. Says it's 88 degrees. Kind of feel like there's going to be more news. I'll have to try to check in with it later. trying to give a chance and see if he'll come up on the camera. I gotta go straight. Hey. Jenkins. Oh, I don't know, whatever. Tour bus type. That is one fancy bus. Dropping what? I forget over here. Gotta watch out for these freakers. Crazy dude. up 66 on still haven't learned all these yards. Layout. Where there's an issue printed I didn't have to. I could have sat there and tried to do it on my little skinny receipt paper that rolls all up. Like, I want to work with that. If it's like one little from here and there, it's one thing, but you know, the entire paper packet, dang, bro. Flying. I'm going 65. These guys are going like 80. Wow. Miles, 29 minutes. That is going to be like pretty much at 6 hours. Has been a journey just to get out here, like just to get to the first unit, you know. Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night, 3 nights. How much hours total how many hours it was on Thursday, and then I forgot. And then pretty much all of the 11, and all of the 11 is 22, 27, 32, like 33 hours. Legit. We're definitely going to be at the 2,300 mile mark as well. Abandoned vehicle tag. Sign says attraction. Next right, it doesn't tell you what it is, but it's kind of an attraction. And they got these roads in Goshen. They're like little neighborhood roads, and they got 60-mile-an-hour speed limits on them. And then every now and then you'll see like folks riding a bicycle or a horse-drawn carriage. And then some huge 18-wheeler goes like around them, like there's no room. It's like what am I watching right here? This is crazy. It's interesting. Anabaptist Seminary. That's right. Here's my exit. Going on 19 South, Wakarusa, Napani, Naapani, Naapana. There's not real, I don't think it's really an E, but it could be because displaced people with a lost tongue. So. Wild out here, huh? Look at that place. Lots of barns, outbuildings, trailers, white houses. I don't know the style, what you call it. You see a bunch of them. Colonial, I don't know, maybe. Brick fireplace, for example. That's a pretty little brick house on this side. But dude, this guy's coming down here, Dooley. He's got a Montana, and it is. Ooh, that's a big Montana. Dang. I don't know how fast he was going, but it felt like he was flying to me. I think he was probably going a little bit faster than we are, that's for sure. It is 55 on here. So. Got a lot of this red outbuildings too. Metal roof construction. I don't know, this doesn't look like an inexpensive, that building and in that house with the matching roof. Thompson's Landscaping. They got a fleet of trucks. It's a ventilated greenhouse right there. Pretty wild. It's empty right now, but it doesn't look like it's out of commission or anything. I always trip out in this area too because it's a grid. These roads, there's some that run diagonal, but for the most part it's just like a grid that connects these towns, and then there's huge plots of land. That looks like they're growing corn over here. Actually, that looks like they're growing corn over there too. Mattress sale. 1.6 miles. Turn to the left. There's a massive building right there that's got all ventilation on it. I wonder if that's, I don't know if they got pig farmer right there or not, but it seems like it could be what that is. Probably wouldn't be smelling it though if it was, huh? 1 mile. See that old school barn right there? Big boy. He out there driving the tractor, plowing the field. Less than a mile. We're going to be turning left on 38. Zimmerman Metal. Mr. GMC's moving at a clip. I ain't gonna go in front of him. Wow, 9 miles on this road. 60. This is kind of like one of those ones that I was telling you about. I mean, it's not. It's just one lane. Is that right? No, what do you call it? Well, yeah, you got one lane going one way and one lane going the other way. I don't think you call it a 2-lane highway. I'm not sure. So, and I'm not even going the speed limit. We go the speed limit. It's like this. Look at these. We got driveways and houses and things that we're gonna go flying past like this. And yeah, it could be just going down this road and all of a sudden there'll be some person riding a bike sticking. There's no shoulder. I know you probably can't see that. There's literally like no shoulder. And there's just like a grass. Well, I guess like you would call that the shoulder. I don't. You don't want to get into that at this speed. I'll tell you that right now. You'll definitely lose control. You hit that soft earth and going this speed on this, coming off this pavement. And I don't suspect that they actually have a lot of wrecks. 25 right here if it was school. It's not school, it's sun worshippers day. This says end school speed limit. Just like that. 7 miles. Dang, bro. And I don't see any posted sign that tells me no, actually, that's not the correct speed limit. And when I watch what the other people are doing, how they're driving too, it's like it's confirmation. Like, yeah, wow, it really is. Here comes a big RV transporter. He's hauling a Cougar, and that's pretty much, that's what I'm going to be looking like right there, I think. Oh, Abba, Barak, your servant. Father, wow. Stop sign right here. Yeah, when I was in orientation, it goes 30 minutes. I go, okay, I'll leave at this time. Done. So I was pretty much needing to go those speeds just to get to class on time and whatnot. And it's like, you just feel like you're flying through here. I would like to be able to do a little bit of research right now and try to figure out where I'm going to get my fuel. But I can't. It's telling me that I have 3/8. Turn this auxiliary on for a little bit. And the auxiliary tank was showing at half earlier, and I'm like, how can it be at half? It doesn't make any sense. And I don't know. I still cannot figure that out. It is what's the word when you have like a problem that you can't solve? It's like a conundrum or some such thing. Hey, where I didn't see you there. See how how quaint all these little brick houses are, and all the grass and trees and shade and everything. But bro, like you're only a few feet away from this literal like highway going through. Wow, some gorgeous horses right there. Brown and white, black and white. Just pretty. Okay, this is one of the intersections where you'll see the diagonal type road. Okay, this one has stop signs in every direction, Baruk Atah, because when they don't, it's really tricky. And you're like, okay, these folks could be coming across here on this skinny little street at 60 miles an hour. Yeah. Some of my least favorite things. Okay, so here's one. This sign says 45 right here. All right. So what's up with that, Google? What's up with that, Google? And then also basing our ETA off of that false speed. sorry, is this new? Is this information new? How is it that they don't have it? Just like those construction sites. And then it'll sit there and ask you questions like, are there still workers present? You're like, bro, why do you not have the construction speed limit right here? Just all orchestrated chaos, family. Orchestrated chaos. By design. Heck, I got 3.2 miles to go on this road, and then I got another 3.5 miles to go still after that. This guy's a multi-hauler up here. He's got 2 campers on the old flatbed. And some of these guys, they move with a quickness, bro. There's another RV transporter. There's another RV transporter. There's a yard called Transport US now hiring. Because there's dozens of different companies as well out here. And I guess a lot of these drivers will like lease on with different agencies, like kind of like hop around. I don't know. This is only gonna be my 5th load, so okay. My first 5th wheel as well. Baruk Yahuah. It's my Ak. 2 miles. 1:40. Dang, I want to listen to that. It's gonna have to wait a second. I got my plate very much filled right now. Dang it. He's probably getting ready to head out and let me know that he's gonna be away. He's gonna be reachable. Some kind of town, main street, maybe I don't have it all learned just yet, you know. Go down. That is water out there, and there's like lily pads and everything. Just wait. I guess that's probably going to be my light right there. I see another RV transporter. He just got one thing on. He's able to do multi. This is kind of like a neighborhood. saying 45. I see a 35 up there. Just ain't this gorgeous? Look at this little. Some neighborhoods from when I was younger, like. See, now I feel familiar with this. I'm gonna be ending this basically like concluding the going back to Goshen. I guess part 4. I don't even know. We're going to continue to keep our eyes on the beast and the beast system and all the things that they're doing. Devouring much people's. The wrath of Yahuah is being poured out. To increase. People continue to stiffen their necks and harden their hearts and rebel against him. The whirlwinds. We've been seeing them increase like crazy in the U.S. And I'm sure it's more places than just that, you know. And yeah, there's, you know, it's funny, they don't have to actually declare war for lots of folks to die in. So, get caught up in that. There's already historical precedents for what Trump did last night. Or he would actually tell Israel to knock it off. He's obviously not doing that either. You know, he's doubling down in that stance against Israel and almost vindicating Netanyahu's rhetoric over the past 30 years. That, you know, it's stunning stuff, you guys. It's stunning. What's really probably stunning. I think I already said that. Shocking is how much people in alignment. And we'll find ourselves again divided. Maybe more. pleaser of the people, pleaser of the people. Yahuah, you give his strength, cover, my love, my house, yours, in his Hashem. Yahusha HaMashiach.